Hi! The camera decided that was the pose it wanted me to begin on. Fucking great. Alright, cool. Can I reset this? No way I can reset this. Deactivate. Activate again, please. Ah, good. Blank screen. More fun. Could I? Hold on, let's see if I can. Can't get this to operate again. Second here. Hello? It's not detecting my camera. It is not detecting that my camera is on. When it is clearly on, and it is also saying it is recording. Well, cool. That just means no camera. Well, you guys are gonna have to deal with no face cam. I really need to get on that buying a new face cam thing. You know, the thing I've been saying for a while. It broke. My beautiful face broke. The camera, specifically the camera recording my beautiful face broke. It's, okay, well, I turned it off. Let's see if turning it off and on again helps. See if I can't get this to... Nope, oh. Look at that. Hooray! It works. Woo! Got it all working then. Jesus Christ. If it's not one thing, do not be surprised if it fucking freezes and then I'm just not gonna deal with it anymore. So, if it freezes again, I'm just gonna say fuck it. Ugh. Anyway, we're back with more Ace Attorney. Last time we got into the middle of trial 4, case 4. According to a guide I looked at just to see how many chapters we were, how long, how far we are into the game. According to this, I was just looking to see the chapters. According to it, this is the last part of the trial. So, we're almost there. Thank you. I really need to shave the neck. As I always say. Thank you. Anyway.
Now, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
We pour some wine. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. So I'm going to get drunk while we do it. Hold on. My face is way too close to the camera. Oh god, that's the wrong one. Does this light work? Does it look like I actually have light on my face? If it doesn't, then I really need to find a better place for this. I really need to adjust that. So it just looks better. I have the tools to do that, but I'll do that after stream. I'll experiment. Anyway, like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. And then throw it. How many glasses has he broken in this trial alone? He threw it once or twice last trial, but this trial he's thrown it at least 5 or 6 times. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Wow, he's actually arguing on my side. Banker's just like, actually, Van Zieks, he actually put forth a really good alternative to what happened at the scene of the crime. You just met. Oh, what? There it goes! There it goes! There's the camera! Woo! God damn it, dude. And now and the best part, it just went to gray box. It didn't freeze, it just went to gray box. Because it's not reading that my camera is active. It doesn't notice that the camera's there. What is wrong with this, dude? I need to fucking check my settings or something, man. Alright, well, that's all for that then, I guess. Whatever. Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garridip household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garridip's house to the scene of Steen is some, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. Wow, it's around the same measurement, I guess. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards. She was real goddamn angry. She was fucking furious at her husband. She was throwing shit to hurt him. So of course you're gonna throw the goddamn book hard, and also possibly the knife that is stuck in the victim's back. Although that would be a really weird arc to get whatever. We'll find out fucking in a second. Traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Hey man, some people are just bad luck magnets, okay? Mr. Natsume is one of those people. Hold on, 1 second. I need to adjust the mic volume a little bit again. That should be fine, I think. Actually, hold on. There we go. That should be fine. That should be fine. The victim, I think. Okay. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more unbelievable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare... That's what you have issue with? Not the fact that he's accusing our client of murder? Well, attempted murder. Attempted murder is the better way to describe this. She's not dead yet, hopefully. God damn it. Oh god. No, please. Hold on, just 1 second. That should be fine, hopefully. I don't want it to go into red, is really what's going on here. Into the red meter of the mic meter. But anyway. Maybe let's pick our battles here? My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
Oh yeah, Rolly Beats. Forgot about that.
Order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And there goes the rest of the bottle. This man is so extra. And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zieks?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical history has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Hold on. I'm gonna kill my throat. I love Rolly just standing there, barely able to stay awake. May I remind you that this man with this very baby-like face is, what was it? Fucking 23? 2 years younger than I am. Yes, sir! Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir! I forgot about this stupid song. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. It's so stupid, I love it. Alright. Well. Good morning, officer. Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. A what? A villain who's appeared on my beat. Really? Who is this villain? I wonder.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rhodey, my hero, you make me sweet, you make me swoon.
God. A beat is a cop's area of footprint. Yes, I know. I know what a beat is, but I'm wondering about who this villain is. I would like to know. And also, hi, Drew. How are you?
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again.
Yeah, I figured you were high.
Stand forthwith before the court and state forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir!
Where is my phone? Where'd it go? My phone was here a second ago. Constable Beast report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Geradev. Believe me, Geradeb, sorry. Believe me, a London Bobby's good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Geradeb's house are top-hinged casements.
What the fuck is a top-hinged casement?
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty roadie was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Last time you testified to this, Patricia, he was face down in the snow asleep. He was asleep. Face down in the goddamn snow last time this was mentioned here.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Bullshit, Rolly. We know you were sleeping. God damn it. Fucking hell.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail is not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir!
Sorry, but...
What exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trial remarks, my lady. We've been here for literally maybe 2 or 3 days. Van Zeeks, we don't know what the fuck this is. We are from Japan. I am assuming Japan did not have top-hinged casement windows. It's a window that only opens from the bottom. Ah. Okay. Of course. Sorry. Like the top hinge, like the top is hinged in place, and pushes outward from the bottom. Oh, so it opens like outward, like the window goes outward. Got it. Goes up and out.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Geradev's room.
Alright, I'll try. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes very much sense.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Oh, and at that angle it would have been impossible for the book to fly across the goddamn street. Okay. But the book got in her hand, and the knife got in her back. Like, I love that we're asserting that the book is not from the Geradeb's room, even though this book is burned, and it's the same book that Mr. Geradeb said he was reading the last time we talked to him. And it's burned, like half burned. And he said that last time that yes, it was caught in the fire. Man, fucking weird. Come on up. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir! In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down the pavement below.
No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Which one? 95, 98, XP, Vista, 7, 8, 10? Which one? Which Windows? There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man has just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it! Why is this romantic? I saw her crumble before me. Oh, Rolly. So strong. Dear God, how is this happening? Same. I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument has been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Welcome to being an ace attorney! This is how they deal with problems in these games. By the skin of their fucking teeth. Goddamn. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrida. Believe me, London Poppy is good for his work. I want to know something here. So we have what are our evidences here? We have the fourth book, Looking Down Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. The back cover is badly burnt. Crime scene photograph 2. Crime scene photograph updated. Jackknife, a large but commonplace folding knife, was from left in the victim's back. Case file. Hold on. I know there was something in here about... Okay, the case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrida. Believe me, London Bobby's good for his word. Seesaw, the windows of the top floor go to the top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything was thrown in the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Did take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, so nothing strange report that one, sir. Yeah, I call bullshit on both of those statements, but nothing I can really do about it. So I guess let's press for now.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It is a noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife.
My long-suffering wife?
And tell you what Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir. Oh, really? You're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, really?
Dear God. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Ah, I see, sir. Should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. Surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principle. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warning card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Uh-huh, yeah. Thank you. I'll try. Oh, well, Beat's warrant card has been entered into the court record. Alright. Well, let's take a look at that warrant card. I need to make sure that it has nothing... Let's see, what's... Is this a red herring, or is this something I must... Okay, principles of policing. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations and metropolitan police regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they were discovered. Hold on. Did he not say that it wasn't in his beat that it was discovered? Very interesting. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Hold on, actually, let me turn down the game just a little bit here. I think that's good.
Yes, sir! They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Yeah, that's a good... yeah. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know... How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Well, she has something to say about that. But I want to see if I can't get anything else out of this. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case.
That's right, sir. The sad truth is, we're all overworked. So even though I wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help.
I see. Well, thank you.
Is it my turn now? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Oh. Hold on.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rothy and I was strolling along, gazing at the night sky, and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to the answer to the question?
If a flaming book had got across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up the sky like a shooting star. And if I had seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rhodey be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither the book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Fuck. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so he ran over to help her.
I did leave the scene to fetch help. I trust you really was there to make sure that it was disturbed. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rudy's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. Sir really told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh my god. You know what I love about you, babe? You have a shitty sense of direction. Babe, I love your shitty sense of direction. Oh, it turns me on. Oh man. Oh man, if only I if only that's why. God, if people found me attractive for that, I'd be so hot. I am terrible at directions. Oh my god. Oh Pat. Oh really? Oh please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Furley was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Dear God. Didn't take, okay. God damn it, I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna put you guys on intermission. I'm just gonna mute my mute my microphone, and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Whew.
Hold it!
I also found my phone. So. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. This is incredibly contradictory. You have already said that you were fast asleep face first in the goddamn snow. You cannot fucking say this. No one else approached the Satan and nothing was removed from it. Swear on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gyarados household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were on the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? That would be incredibly convenient, Rolly. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived in the scene. Is that so? That's weird. Huh. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be a common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. Well, what do you mean? I requested cross-examination Mrs. Garadeb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garadeb. If we're ever going to get the truth out of this truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. That woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. Okay, it was, windows on the top floor. Was it this one?
Hold it!
I want to say it was this one that... Oh, yeah. So this is the one because, we asked him about how did you know that these windows were this way? All right.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Speed? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. So... lucky? Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat.
Yes, that's right. The reason I was helping out with the interviewing of the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
It really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the wound had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my roadie for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case file information has been updated in the court record. Now it's my turn, I think. Okay. Oh, what the hell?
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a...
Is she really pulling that card? Is she really pulling that card? We have heard plenty of women's testimonies. And they were incredibly valuable. Do not pull this shit on me, Patricia. I know what you're doing.
Just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very... Oh, that was a mutter.
Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. A Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? That's not what I said. Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rudy won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw.
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Oh, don't worry about that one.
Hold it!
Oh. I did not press a button. But if you think I did, be my guest, then, game, whatever, sure. Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back is slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming hooks or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. He gets ever so cross? He gets cross with you? That seems very, very unlikely. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, well, we've all made mistakes like that from time to time, I'm sure. I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding. I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding. That is actually kind of funny. Fuck, dude. Because it caused a terrible kerfuffle, I very nearly got married to someone I'd never met before. Never even met before.
That would most certainly not do, madam. Anyway, continue with your testimony, please, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the, this one. And...
Hold it!
Just gonna... move my way past this.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening is all.
We've already talked about this. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box and next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. Jesus Christ, cannot speak today. Thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, really? You're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet were we talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Yeah, yes. Oh, that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
I'm sorry? What was that? What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, the bouquet you just oh god. Oh, you just mentioned that was a violent fucking burp. I'd like to add you to add details about it in your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Ooh, Van Zeeks is like, oh no. Well, let's press that. You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. We ran over and saw it as the woman with the knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light.
So I didn't notice it at first. Ooh. And then you went to the police box to report the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up...
It was nowhere near the victim's body at all. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. One second, just getting to... Fuck is it? There it is. Alright. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Bede, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling for me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think of how it got there. I really can't.
The bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. It was the beautiful rose Rody bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
Pensies. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this, sorry solitary rose?
Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it! The bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change found in the gutter.
Hodgepodge disappears again. Yes. It's because the fucking thing... The camera didn't freeze this time. It literally just said, I'm gonna just not be detectable by any device. Bye. Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, when did you come by this flower?
When I was getting the updated autopsy report. The what? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, he was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb's household. In front of the Garadeb's household? He's speaking to us from the Netherworld. If only I had voice mod on, then I could really speak to you from the Netherworld. God bless Posh. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found opposite of on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered the court record. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rowley. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to draw the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Oh yeah, that's right. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and I ended up losing my weight for a while. What the hell? Anyway, Okay, hold on, let me thoroughly examine this motherfucker.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
It's a very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Susato-san, you do love your cakes. What the fuck? Okay, sure. Uh-huh. There's nothing else to report here. Really? Nothing else? Just that it's a rose and it's wrapped in fucking newspaper? God damn it. Well. I'm assuming we have to use this anniversary bouquet. Obviously, if we I didn't mean to press that. I'm really trying to kind of spin my head around this. Like, I am assuming, very much assuming that we need the bouquet as a, as the...
Hold it!
Damn it, I didn't mean to press that, shit. God. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, and nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Hold on. I'm gonna save here. I don't think... I don't think it's this.
Objection!
Oh! Well, it is. Sure. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single blossom could be just so described, No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belonged. Wow! It's just fucking insulting it.
Mika?
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. The bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. B's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Which is, there is no doubt that this is fucking his book. There's no doubt that this is his book. There's absolutely no doubt. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the west side, in the east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Hold on, we're talking about schedule for Lancer sessions. And we're trying to get a date. And like I'm working 9:30 to 6, like all this week. And they're trying to get something to happen, I think, in between those times.
The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Ah, hi. Hello there. It seems you're awake.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Twittering about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to the one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who you are saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
I think it's Mrs. Garrideb. I want to see. It's Patricia Beat. Okay, let me make sure. want to say it's Mrs. Garadeb, but I'm gonna save again. Because if it's not Mrs. Garadeb, I have no idea who it is. And I might need all 3 of those slots to figure that out. Figure out who it is. So I'm gonna say it right here. And I'm gonna say Mrs. Garadeb.
Take that!
No. There's only one person who could have done this.
Do you intend to share your internal monologue, Counsel?
Sorry, my lord. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. Oh, fuck. Alright. Oh, cool. I have no idea who it is.
What are you thinking is right, Mr. There's only one person who had the opportunity to tamper with the scene of the...
Is it Roly? It's gotta be Roly then, right?
Take that!
Okay, cool. Obviously, there's only one person who it could have been. Constable Roly Beat, it was you!
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rudy do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband.
I would hope so.
No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to the nearby police box to fetch an officer on duty. The 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese one with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Evidence. Your claim the crime was tampered with. But there is only one reason someone would anyone could commit to such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve the mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you're mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beast's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Shit. I know at this point I'm basically save scumming, but like, I really need to do this. I want to say it's where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. This is what the Bobby had to cover up. At all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, where we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, this isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What?
Oh, jeez. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? On this side of the road?
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Bede, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Objection!
Oh. Oops. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground when you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable B then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim, herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume? Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Uh-oh. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat? He's about to flip out.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
And there he goes.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly!
Ah! The truth come out! Rowley Beat does is move crime scene.
What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Yeah, literally every time this victim is talked about, it's that she's a corpse. She's just fucking comatose, guys. She ain't dead yet.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation for why on this particular evening, Constable Beats felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. God damn. Can we please?
And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
At least the judge is like, hey, Lord Van Zieks, just because he's a foreigner, don't goddamn mean a thing.
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for the Constable Beats'
Unmistakable actions. Unthinkable. Unthinkable actions. Oops. Again, I'm gonna scum the fuck out of this. Save. See, I do this, I think, in every Ace Attorney game, where when I start getting down to, like, 1 to 3 little pips at the top, I start saving, like, every time. So, let me...
Take that!
I didn't mean to present that, I meant to examine that. But, there we go. I realize that I'm a foreigner to this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young puppy is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was looking so forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled across a crime along Briar Road. Van Zieks is starting to get it too. He moved the body so that he could spend the night with his wife. If it was on his side of his side of the road, he would have had to do all this paperwork and shit. He would have had to help with this crime. Help with this investigation of the crime. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through this man's mind? Really? Yeah. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God.
Oh, wow. Shit.
Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. You've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was laying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? The cop was charged to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and find whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then...
Well, now we understand the motives.
Oh, Jesus. I'm...
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take out my Patricia for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbouring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left that poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rory, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. three of them dropped by Mr. Natsume in the fourth. Being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garatev household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the other was scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
We first ran over to the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Well,
We know how the crime scene went then.
this was an accident. This was entirely an accident. This whole crime was an accident. Caused by Mrs. Garatev. This is gonna suck. Both books' information has been updated in the court record.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen.
Or I'm eating. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Well, looks like Lord Van Zeek can be a bit lenient.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused Mr. Soseki Nanami is the only person who could possibly committed this crime.
Bullshit! We have just fucking talked about the fact that now the book and the knife could have fallen out from the goddamn window.
Do not fucking say that it can't.
Objection.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Six, is this true?
Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Well, we already know the other person. It's Joan.
Take that!
Hey everybody, it's Joan.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the arrangement, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage, and as such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Is he siding with us? Oh! Oh boy! Oh shit! It's the one case where the prosecutor. This happened in I think case 4 of what is it? Of Ace Attorney, the first Ace Attorney.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. We're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Now, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Damn, Van Zeeks! Hell yeah! We finally see some common ground. He wants to see what the fuck. He wants to get to the bottom of this case too. Fuck yeah!
1 second. Fuck. Oh my god. Sorry. Alright. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which witnesses themselves may not even be aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Goethe. And mark my words, in this court of law today we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is new. New piece of music. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garrett. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
You understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
Alright. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Jenny. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, wasn't, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm the sort of chap to leave the sort of chap to leave a comrade face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garrett? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action now, living the quiet life as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, that was.
Okay, we are going to take a break, because I need to get more drank. And it would be very much in the best interest because it's been like basically hour 45 into the stream, and I really need to try to take more breaks, and I really need to try to run more ads. So I'm gonna be running an ad when we're gone, but I suggest that you all get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, switch your legs, feed your animals if you have anything to do fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit.
Alright, we are back. 1 second. Take a swig of... Took my drink. And... Alright. Battle of Garridim. Yes, on the day you're referring to, my wife and I did get into a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Should have headed out there. Got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed of one or two went missing, I'm afraid. That belly thing with the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Jesus, sorry. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. So, sir, had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of the jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeke's may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Alright. The Battle of Garridim. Okay. One second, just gonna... Sorry, I opened a box of Mechanics. That was loud. I do want to see something here. The knife. Any indication? I mean, the tip's gone. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to press. Oops, god damn it.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garridev.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garridev found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I see. When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide off the mark, anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. I don't know why they got me.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Alto, blah, blah, blah. And the fire also spread to some of the items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Most precarious situation you'll put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw to the public pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
Defendant Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew pots of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
If he was very well off, he would not be staying in your fucking apartment. Just gonna fucking say that one. Jesus Christ. Your shitty ass apartment.
Have you actually seen the state of this man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
You know, whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to distinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
I think therapy would definitely, you know, help with that.
This is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown,
Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin. It was really only soft items I was throwing.
Well, Mr. Garrett have something to say about that, but let's see how we can get this.
That was really most restrained. The majority of them barely had on. He is my husband, after all.
I see, Mrs. Garrett. Your thoughtfulness and consideration for your spouse is apparent.
What about you, Mr. Garrett? Do you remember what your wife threw at you?
Well, I recall The Lion's Pride, of course. Jolly good book. Only just purchased it, too.
And a jolly good book for burning, it seems.
Well, it was dashed awful. A dashed awful scene of the battlefield, I can tell you. Flames everywhere, smoke billowing, couldn't see a bally thing, really. I dare say I wouldn't even notice a knife bouncing off the old bolts.
I don't think they tend to bounce, actually. Rubber knife, bing, 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 just like all around the fucking room. Sorry, I'm just looking at the flavors of this. Mike and Nikes are all quote-unquote sour. There's like 3 shades of yellow in this box, and I cannot tell what shade of yellow I just picked up. Ooh, I think that, ooh. I think I should pineapple. Yep, I can smell the pineapple. Ugh. Well, whatever. Oh, that's, okay, that's a little more sour than I expected. Wow. Ugh.
That better thing in the victim's... Oh.
Hold on, oops.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to the sport of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know, that sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives around the place. We have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use two meals at times too, instead of a knife and a fork.
Now, Joan, you don't want people thinking I'm some sort of Ah!
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can hear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
They can't bear the they can't bear the thought. Which is still entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir!
Valley thing on the victim's back was okay.
Boop.
Hold it!
Boop.
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof. Well, yeah! Ryunosuke, that's usually what people do. Why is he being like that? What the hell? Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent,
Objection!
you forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not yet responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. Well, there was some way to know who had handled the knife. Oh shit. Ah. No. Did I drop that M&M? Aha! Sweet. Didn't even roll over with my chair. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo?
What? You mean it's not a dream? This sort of wizardry really exists?
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern on their skin. Or so they say.
But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Well, Strongheart is currently discussing the matter with the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we're absolutely approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
But for now, all we have is the alternative method of proving our assertion.
So I couldn't just... Ugh, if only I could transplant this whole incident in several years in the future. Sorry. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think we've heard all of this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. Well, there is a thing. But I chose to investigate all of it beforehand.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yes, I know.
I'm sure that both of them must be feeling really worried. Worried that that it was in fact a knife that belonged to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So for Saseki-san's sake, we must. Must find the last crucial piece of evidence. Okay. It's this one. Alright, come on.
By Jupiter! Excuse me.
Alright, John, what do you guys say? Do you have something to add, sir?
No, just examining my pipe, really.
Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind?
No, nothing of any significance, no. Just the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she applies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed with everybody. Ah! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. It's a court of law.
Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, then take a look at this, then. How do you suppose this happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
You see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It's could be very important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now are of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worth adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Please do not. She's 16.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Pipe has been entered with the court record.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if you could return to the crux of the matter, what can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Alright. Just gonna go ahead and examine this pipe. There's a chip in it, too. The small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it seems to have been relatively recently. Hodgkin's yes, Batata. What is it? Ugh. Keep reading. Oh, yes, of course. 1 second, let me... 1 second. Just gonna... I did lube up my throat.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it?
Don't you want to eat some chips? I actually was, eating some some M&Ms, some peanut butter M&Ms actually. It's clearly well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular make is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. It looks to be in a sorry state with this bandage around it, doesn't it? Well, for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown. I suppose it must be have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. That could be it as well. Anything over here? No. Huh. Nothing to really. Well, let's, oops. Save my game. Alrighty. Oh, okay, that's what it was. I was like, reader? What the fuck does that mean? This is probably not it at all, huh? But, let's go with it.
Objection!
Yep, nope, definitely not it. Oops. Shit. Now I'm not sure. Whatever I could to find Throdum. Knocked a candlestick over set fire to the carpet. What you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't remember. I'm assuming that the pipe is what I have to present, but I don't know where. This is gonna be a mistake. I already know it's going to be a complete mistake, but
Objection!
yeah, okay. Well, just have to reload the save. Oh, I don't need to see all this. Hold on. Let me just load the save then, if we're just gonna go through this whole fucking rigmarole, huh? Start playing the save game. Did it? Yes. Alright, so I have no fucking idea. I don't know what to... Hold on. I don't know how to piece these two together. But this knife has a chip in it. This knife has the little tip missing, right? Yeah, it's got the tip missing up here. Can we perhaps add that to the knife? Okay, yeah, we've already seen. Okay, yes, we've already seen this. Okay. That has a little chip missing, and so does this pipe. I'm trying to... Hold on, are you trying to lead me? Are you trying to lead me somewhere? I'm doing great. Are you trying to lead me somewhere with this, this chips business? Are you trying to lead me somewhere there? I don't know how to piece it together though. Like, where am I supposed to be presenting either the knife or the pipe? Do I like chips? Yes, I do. I do very much like chips. Maybe... No, I didn't mean to press. Oops. Fuck. The slowdown is kind of not okay here. So take some wherever you feel like it. You're... I feel like you're leading me somewhere. And I don't exactly know where. Okay, so I think... Okay, so I have two things. I'm doing nothing. Uh-huh. So let me do the pipe first, huh?
Objection.
Yeah, okay. Nope. 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 Shit. Not press, god damn it. I need to stop pressing the L button. Yes, we know about your passions together. Jesus Christ. Then knife?
Objection.
Nope. Okay, cool. Just gonna load my save. Yes. Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you, Batata. I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to present this. It's given us this pipe. I'm assuming that this pipe is what I need to present. Where I would want to present it, though, is leaving a little up to the imagination. Hold on. Did I already present the pipe here, maybe? No, not exam. Present?
Objection.
Okay, yep, nope. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Why is this one not? Fuck, what am I supposed to fucking... I don't want to have to use a guide again, like, honestly. Yeah, there was chips. I have eaten chips. What? What are you doing, Matata? I have no idea what you're doing. You're doing something. Trying to lead me somewhere. I don't know what the fuck to present. Yes, I know that. I'm trying to fucking... Hold on. The answer's not fucking coming to me. I hate doing this, but... Just go ahead. Wait, what? Press statement 3, presume this guard when prompted. Like I said, check it inside. Hold on. Fucking what? Oh my fucking really? Come on! God damn it! This is just another thing where I was like, oh, I didn't take the fucking check there! Son of a bitch. God damn it. Fucking dumbass, dude. What the hell? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It's like the tip of the blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Ooh, it's alright. I have to present the fragment of metal, right? Or maybe I need to just... Yeah, okay. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of... Okay, I already know. Pieces of evidence. I already know it's... The jackknife is fucking... I didn't mean to present it.
Objection!
There we go. Could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can see. You can ask, but I can see the. I can't see the very thing. You can't? You used to call me Jedi Deb, but back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy the large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be the first tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it's in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
I just noticed that to be tall enough, she has to stand on a fucking crate. That's so good.
You appear to be rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
It's the knife. It's... What have you got? What have you got? A knife! No! It's the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look very closely, you'll see that there's a rather small piece of the tip of the blade missing. Common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminal users who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt the tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
Good grief, Lord Van Zieks.
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh!
Good golly gosh. Good gravy.
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Oh, yeah, my workout alarm. I was supposed to work out today. And then my sleep schedule kind of fucked me over.
The miracle?
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did this fragment of metal find its way into Mr. Gyarados' pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
My hand as usual. The onslaught knocked her clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did. Yeah, okay.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gyarados flogged the knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Gyarados and instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord.
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way into Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost plausible vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for what? I'm sorry. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... it's spoiled. By an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... what? Lord Van Six, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... What? Did you really have to slap him?
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, why, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of this case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Actually, there is! Whoa, what do you know? She was picking up the goddamn book and that's how it ended up in her hand, you idiot. Yeah. No one knows what you're talking about, you idiot.
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head.
Well, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? I don't think there's much of an inconsistency. Well, let me explain. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. You were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. We still are, Mironosuke. But now that way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Mr. Sato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you're on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this inconsistency is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track.
It just means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. Ding, ding, ding. That can explain how the knife fell from above. That fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. You already have the answer.
Oh, goodness.
Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency. The final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Okay, so I have two options. Just gonna save just in case, you know, the one I pick first doesn't fucking work. I think it's this one. X.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. There's the fucking, there's the coordinate theme, I think. The burnt book?
Is that not Mr. Garrideb's book?
Yes, and to understand the significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. The photographic print clearly shows the book in question. The victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it's the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as a part of the wholesale transplanting in the crime scene opposite of the road.
That's true, however, as a part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. It was that the book was fucking in her hand already. Come on. There's some more. It's not really chips, it's more cheese popcorn, but it's chip-like. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book at her own volition. Sorry about that. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I couldn't imagine she'd been doing much of anything.
But the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household into the pavement below. At precisely the moment the victim was now walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog. All of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrideb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Oh, well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down, I really do feel bad for Joan. I really do feel bad. She did not intend for this to happen. At least the woman's still alive, hopefully. And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky. And completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume.
Well, I never.
It appeared that Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in the unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Or Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
And down she goes. Oh shit! Oof, oof, ooh, the pain. Oh god, someone help him! Someone help him, he has a bad knee! Okay. Well.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily. The doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, this is good. That is good news.
So, Mr. Saseki Natsume? Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with an immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat also said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose that she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Saseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirit. I don't know why that got me. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think.
Hold on.
One that created a chain.
Nice impersonation of what? Of him? That's just the voice I gave him.
One that can create a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled.
That's a good word. Befooled. We were befooled. That's good. We were befooled.
We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, the chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask you one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely crude at times.
Well, I didn't expect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old beam while she is out of action. You know what? Yeah, I know what her decision would be.
Does mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work. It's about time.
I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I still don't get the number 5's voice. He's like, that is not the build of a man who has that voice.
Very well, Mr. Saseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you
Guilty comes on the screen for some reason. There's the cheering. Yay! Yay! Woo! Oh, oops.
and finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. and may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. God. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Hey, look, we have a case where we are, one, not the accused, and two, actually feel good about our results.
There goes the gunfire again.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another locum here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful joy is jubilant jubilation.
Jubilant to jubilation. Very redundant there, but I get it, sure.
Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then?
Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink.
Well, what happened to the poor one was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, pretty sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. Oh my God. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
No, that's very flattering. We're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is this what's become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
There he is. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. Disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. You missed it. It's just finished. Oh, what? No! Oh, then my haste was in vain. Ah! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, of the bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Uh-huh. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? Feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. God damn it, what the fuck? I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what is it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Hiya! Oh my god, why do you keep throwing me?
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops, been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've heard so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world, escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we've finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in your tale at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, we'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer more of a welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. Presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective offices attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting you look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come to Mr. Natsume, I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes.
Wonderful, then I'll go complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Saseki-san's innocence successfully established, it rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
Alright. Oh my god, this is kind of spacey. Damn.
So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too, it's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this. I hope you can see this, Cosma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, wow! Mr. Sholmes in... Wow, he's, a lot more attractive without the hat. Sorry, he looks dashing. Wow. What a glow up without the hat and the coat. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everybody's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives, but we have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help but wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office on these premises. Until I discover the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. And on that cheery note, of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of murk that lay behind it. And, well, we're going to continue on in just a second, but I think this end of the chapter business is a good time for a break. Because I need to pee. And I'm sure a couple of other people also might need to pee. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, we are back. So now it's time for the adventure of the unspeakable story, the Hound, the Baskervilles, the longest case in the game, and also the last case in the game. So now we are in the final stretch. So let's fucking go.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Our first 2 months in London have passed by in a flash. It was in that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, then there came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, damn! This is very homey. That morning, I was awoken by the unreserved knocking at the door by a telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san?
Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see, what case is it today?
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone in the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. Silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she?
And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit for him. Let me see. What case is it today?
Here we go again.
Are you okay, Susato? You good?
So what is it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, telegram?
Alright.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You most certainly do, Susato. Where's the telegram? Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Ahem. Come on. It's just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes,
Oh no. Is that telegram about Saseki? Did he meet a terrible fate?
yes, I should think so. He left immediately after the terrible ordeal. Which means he should be completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems like the voyage has been going well.
Is something wrong, Mr. Is something wrong, Sir Naruto-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san if he stayed in London? That's all.
You mean as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper?
Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? No one who stands on the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that the nightmarish trial ended on the very first day we arrived in London.
Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
But at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably, that means...
But the curse of the Reaper can only take effect with the confines of the city of London, perhaps.
Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. Terrible sense of foreboding.
The legend of the Reaper is to be believed. It would mean he wields the sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, what's he been up to these past 2 months? Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks has appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Hello?
Yes, since Saseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? It's like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in recent later trials then. Ugh, just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Gonna go downstairs. Chomes is sweet.
Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie.
I really wish I had face cam. Because I want y'all to see the pained expression I am wearing. Oh god.
Good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes, you noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in his best form this morning, it seems.
Oh. Tea? Seems depressed. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, it's the time we ate. Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Cat! Cat! Kitty! Kitty!
Oh look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy.
That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. Yes, it's called kitty door. But how did it get here?
Now then, everyone, time for breakfast.
Who's Are we not going to address that a cat just came in for no reason? Did we know that cat?
Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
Oh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. Oh, I knew something looked different. Something missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that, in my hands, these violins sung like the dawn chorus. These melatonin tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses aren't amused with me. The goddess of music has thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I've bowed, days even. Through the nights I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. Brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion!
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Ellie? Have you, Ellie?
Don't worry. I'm sure we'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruto. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ah, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn, I have a violin for me. What is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Missing machine.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale in insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's grand antilitoscope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Sorry? It's at a windy bank?
No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. pawn? What?
You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you hadn't consulted us if you had a situation to become so desperate. I would have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But with the pawnbroker as your wonderful machine, how can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? That doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh? What's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily throughout the week.
And then on Saturdays they can recover their things with using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see? Especially people in the inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Binderbanks, you see.
Pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought any pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Salmon? Guessing salmon iris. Ah, like a high. Mr. Natsumi's cat? Oh, it's Natsumi's cat. Needs to have settled into his new home then.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. The muse are empty as the hearts of the muses.
If Miss Natsume has no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect you would have taken him if you could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
For good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Ah.
Yes, he really is. No. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did it come from?
Oh, you noticed? You are observant, you know. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
This fucking music. The fucking pops. Pops in it are great. There's the pops. What is that?
I call it
the cat flap mat. the cat flap mat. Something about those 2 words.
I call it the cat flapper-mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right, it can make a cat flap for our little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it on any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than make a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, that girl.
Oh, what was that?
Wagahai? Oh god. What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Soames presses violin.
Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I know.
Mr. Soames really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Harley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Let's go this way. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. Doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down in a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. Until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Mr. Soames?
What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
Oh, Cece's right! Yes, the tone of the wind is completely different. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Well, okay, yeah. Did the cat not tear it up?
It's not. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it?
What's this?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a
viola. Cool. What?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what? pray this stringed flotsam. Not your faithful performing partner, then?
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It seems like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her. Jesus Christ. Is this why this case takes so long? We have gotten nothing but fluff, dude. What the hell is going on? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, the violin, sorry, this viola, I mean, was at Winterbank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's?
Not Mr. Shum's beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let the beloved child travel.
Yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to a pawnbroker's and hoped they would experience personal growth?
What a wonderful idea.
Last week I pawned my great endoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Winterbank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it had strings. Pshaw, fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fill you every time. God.
But earlier it told us you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency which we are faced?
You must visit Mr. Winterbank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mrs. Sato, without a moment's delay.
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs.
My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs ever more obtusely. All right, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Reno. Be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what British pawnbrokers look like. Well, to Winterbanks, where surely nothing will happen. Are we supposed to go to Baker Street first? No, let's go to Winterbanks. Where surely nothing will happen. Surely nothing's gone wrong already. This definitely is a fucking pawnbroker. So this is a British pawnbrokery?
Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid my eyes on before.
Ah, Susato-san. A spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this?
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
We are calling the matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging by the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We're disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It is time to inform Mr. Winterbank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Violin. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes.
The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The colour of the wood is different. It has holes in it, and it's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. One utterly unforgivable of me, and an excusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. I will run!
What the fuck? This is not the correct music! This is not correct! This is not silly! This man is about to commit suicide! What is going on? Why is this music playing? What the fuck? I should have to take my own knife. I don't think that would be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, Sir Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is." You did. And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the violin and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow, the fault is mine.
Phew! It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new fully fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? I really wish I had my face cam. I really don't like that this man is just frivolently about to commit suicide every time something goes wrong. This is not fun. This is not funny. I don't like this. I really don't like this. It's not fun. Forgive me. Wait, before you die,
Wow, Jesus. Okay, Susato. Okay, yeah, no. Not happy with this image. I'm gonna get it off as soon as I can.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato's really fired up now.
There really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day, this gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that? 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You used to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident we will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true?
Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about that? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange and very uncomfortable. Can we please? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that stable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat low.
Sorry?
Aha! But for splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colours are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it says that pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan after 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windbank, is an absurdity. Is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Exactly! Suicide is not to be fucking like, ha ha ha, look at him, he's about to commit suicide, ha ha, which is what's going on here. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die this morning. Yeah. And let us not forget what I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Windbank has installed here in this shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windbank? What's that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute! It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. I am going to assume that is going to become very handy for this next trial.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
Ah, yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity of the shop counter. Developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can so clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were somebody to enter premises with ill intent, his identity would summarily be exposed. But did you not say the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. Wow. I must confess, your device has been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winbank? Surely they're anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. It means I must pay for nigh 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, as well I shall pay the shit and ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery now. My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving the gun around. Someone could get hurt. Yes, please. Fear not. Sorry? Very loaded single bullet, so no one but myself will possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. Jesus Christ.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last.
Before we explore, I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm going to take a break to try and wake myself up. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I think we just took one, but just to ease my tiredness, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Suggest you guys go get a drink, or go a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, and if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, we're back. Guess we're examining everything, huh?
What an assortment of things there are on the shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing.
Oh, yes. Now you've explained it. I'm noticing all price tags and everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one could extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Or people popping off on shit.
Look at this! What could this lovely, big, shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your country?
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while? Oh, nice.
What a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life.
This particular specimen is one of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
Seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. Certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides onto his pillow. How on earth did you know that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder.
I'm the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled.
Look at that enormous ledger on the counter there, open on the counter there.
Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself to all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the one thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. The dog? Oh, the revolver. Do not entertain a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with speed belaying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow... Not reading that fucking sentence.
Oh my. But in any case, of course he would never do such a thing. How could you ever even suggest it?
God fucking damn it. Why are we playing this off as ha ha funny? Ha ha ha. He will commit suicide if things get stolen. Ha ha. Like, that's not funny. It's not a funny joke. It's not a funny joke.
Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Oh, is it one of them viewing machines? Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you were looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? It's fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you would need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is far beyond you, there's a little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm going to try. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once!
Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed. I'm trying to look at my own nose. Oh. What the? I don't believe it. It's just a picture.
It's a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it.
Oh, early 3D. Got it. That's kind of fun. I love the intense music, by the way, for this. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. You queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with...
Such black magic. It is no magic, my dear madam.
It is...
Well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. He doesn't know. He's like, fuck, I don't know how to explain this. Calendar? It's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it?
15th April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank.
And who was it that walked out of here with a wrong violin before?
Hold on. Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without payment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. At least something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
Okay. What else can I... Ah, door.
3 globes of gold. Is this some sort of charm?
Dear me, have you not seen that sign before?
No, never.
3 golden balls are in Great Britain, at least the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing this same sign.
Oh, I see.
I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. We don't leave the office much!
Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning?
It is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even. You mean you don't know? It's like, fuck. You've stumped me yet again. What is this?
Look at this! Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah. There's a small catch here, look.
We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back in the way it was before.
Hmm?
What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing? Nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through it. Feels as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Do you mean the thing we just... What? Only tumpence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. Oh, it's really with a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. What? I wonder. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Oh, wait, I know that voice.
Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl. I knew it. I knew it. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh yes, it's the young lady for Mr. McGilted's trial 2 months ago.
We don't need to know. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a chancer. Her arms are crossed among large crowns, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
Gordon Bennett, you lot! You lot!
Gordon Bennett?
Hello, Mr. Assad. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat, have ya?
What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You will be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Let me just see the article. I should negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf.
Pull the other one. Don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for ya.
As you wish, Mr. Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you! Go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. You shan't be offended in the slightest.
Zada-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
We have 30 minutes. Alright. Converse. Pawnbroker's customer. Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who could use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing will probably belong... It don't even belong to her. Probably got her on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it all written all over your Chevy Chase.
Was Chevy Chase alive? Or is it just a weird reference they decided to pop in? Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo.
And Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear, this thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say. What he has to say about all this. Right? Examine. Lestrade's disc.
Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
This is a music disc, you see. For use inside a music box.
In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot 827, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions on the middle disc encode the tune to be played on by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and the beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music boxes, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. No way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. This worth your money, I know it is.
Well, then you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ah.
She's been in before, of course.
What the fuck is that word? Tatterdemalion? Tatterdemalion? Hibbity pibbity? What is this? I see.
But some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about this dish she brought in today?
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry? What do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket, so... Mr. Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
Article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it and paid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank.
The little scamp was wearing it, ma'am.
The coat?
It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh.
What? What's wrong with it? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? He does...
How's it come into all this? Oh god.
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can arrange a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said Miss Lestrade bought in a storage ticket today. Hold on.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I had understood.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know to stare, lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean the disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn off something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask you to deposit the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me. A very pleasant voice, Mr. Podge. Your boyfriend and family must be very proud.
Yeah, I would say they are. Thank you for that compliment, Batata.
Come at like the... I'd say tail end, but we've got like 23 minutes left. It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it?
Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this definitely is all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. I don't know who this is. Oh my god. Who is this picture postcard, English gentleman?
Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor.
And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done with talking with him yet. If you think I'm such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Who are you? How do you know who I am?
Question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean from you?
Broker? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. Demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my. Oh no, that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too.
No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation.
Yes. Perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Alrighty. Hello there, sir. Here's your postcard, gentlemen.
Excuse me, but who are you?
One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. Fair talk of the place. What is that dance move? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed with exotic spices. You might be thinking somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Same. Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikitoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict. I'm fucking done. Jesus Christ. Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict. At least Rolly Beat was fucking clever. Eggert Benedict. I hate it. I hate this man and I hate his name. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Enchanté. It's sort of fine how he holds himself and how he speaks, but the name is suspicious and really dumb. Who names their son Eggert? Now, to the matter at hand. What the fuck is this man's... This man is just dancing. He's a dancing machine. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Gah. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. I can't Every move you make, every breath you take, I'll be watching you. So dumb. Oh my god. Can't stand watching him.
Every move you make, every breath you take, I'll be watching you. Do do do.
As a man educated in the ways of 80s music, I have heard that song for a good bit. Gentleman's accusation.
Miss Lestrade, what the gentleman is saying is... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. Saw all my life. Ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? The ticket you brought in here just now.
No, I swear it. Swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business. And this little gutling ran into me. I knew it at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again. Yet again? Are you? Thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh, yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Back slums, that is definitely a fucking back slum scoundrels. Why does he dance? Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Mr. Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. You're going to cause trouble. I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. And you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah? Where's your evidence I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
Evidence the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course, we need only to consult Mr. Windenbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
Yes, brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. They are a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. Many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if the article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you with the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. All the evidence we need. This gentleman was the rightful owner of the article, without a doubt. Watchword? Interesting. Watchwords. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windenbank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
We detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers to unlock a vault. The date of a deposit, description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer,
When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes, so soon as the requisite fees paid. And I have supplied you with information you require already, but the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how?
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Ugh. So, let that be an end to this matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Edgar Benedict, sir.
What the fuck?
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
That's why I hate grown-ups. It's because I'm a diver and things that makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, Broker. But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what's deposited was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Guttling, hiding more of what's rightly mine, are you?
Says who, eh? I know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc
Is mine.
The disc is mine! Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp?
You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc.
It's because of all the sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them.
I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it.
Me?
If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Okay, I guess I have it now. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't! He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars.
Ugh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? I have a feeling I know how to resolve this. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? Are you enjoying, as you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After their own pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized. Therefore partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. Nothing to do occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see my downfall, what my downfall done to me. The fading mock interest of pretending to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Lest you shrewdly observe, Nong and the only friend I have left. The 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? So lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Oh, rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you?
Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us you solved the entire case once again.
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder my genius deductions for my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How much could I pawn for it? It seems Mr. Jones had another of his flashes of inspiration. Who knows if we'll help to resolve the situation between Mr. Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, for right now, we have 7 minutes left, and if we were to do that right now, we would definitely go over time. So, we are going to cut that short here. We have not even gotten to the investigation portion, technically, of this. God, what the hell? Alright, well, anyway, so I will put the schedule for next week on the Discord for you guys. It is actually Sunday, Thursday, I'm pretty sure. It's definitely seeming to be like there's a pattern, but I'm not going to put it as the definitive days of me being off. But so yeah, next stream going to be Sunday, which is only a few days from now, so that's good. And it will be, of course, more Great Ace Attorney, that's the game we're playing. It's gonna be more of this, of course. So this will, of course. Can I please have a thought rattle around in my brain that doesn't fall? Like, so, fucking Sunday, Thursday next week, more of this shit. But until I see you guys then, I hope you're having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye. Also, I'll have the camera hopefully fixed by then, or a new camera by then. Bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.